to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you were with your sergeant at the time.
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview? Different view.
Did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just
A good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
To the police station for interviews. You again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like
Correct.
or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people? To use the and you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, we're interviewing the defendant on July 11th. Did the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Um, Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
Um, You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
Um, So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
Um, When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No,
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
Um, If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets. Jury. Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched? If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law, families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13.
Our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13. Did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're gonna stand right here and be sworn in.
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-E-R.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
One sec. I'm going to be able to get into Wi-Fi.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Do you want, should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Rounder, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please
All
remember.
right, for the jury.
All right, please be seated. The jury's no longer to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective, from the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked by, I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question: if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked: did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question: did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13: do police need parental consent to speak with a minor, even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is, it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the 4th question on that form number 13: does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Jay, are you there? Let's talk about that. I'm interested. Can you guys hear me? Knick-knack, pterodactyl. I'm not going to witness that chat. Come on, Scott. What? Why not? I mean, Jay's right. If you think about it, Andy Deb kind of does make people want to turn gay. Okay. He's handsome and he's funny. And then we have this judge who, whoo, he's the only reason I watch this. The only reason. Yeah, Scott, take one for the team. Gosh. Who, the judge? Nikki, you haven't seen what the judge looks like? In Seinfeld, when George Costanza gets a massage by a man and it's uncomfortable because it feels good and it moved. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I remember that episode. Like, ooh, what? Ooh. Well, my standards and self-esteem may not be high. I do have some standards. Okay, but what is actually some? Can we discuss that further? Like, what does some mean? I mean, we need to give Jay a platform. He needs to feel he needs to feel like he's able to talk here. We're family. No nudes yet, Noodles. No nudes yet. Soon. But no nudes yet. Although I did have to go get x-rays done on my knees and my ankles today for the doctor, and I had sweatpants on and I couldn't pull them up over my knee. So he gave me like paper shorts, and they were the worst things I've ever seen in my life. Ever, ever, ever. I actually took a picture wearing them because I couldn't believe it. Can you get me nudes of the judge, please? I don't know if that's if that's good to do, or if I can even handle that. I don't know if I don't know. Oh my god, it looked like it was 18 sizes too big. I could have fit 4 people in those shorts with me. I asked him if he was trying to make me make a new fashion statement, but apparently he let me take him home. I'm like, thanks. Auntie Deb's interview with Terrible Boy and Bettero changed my opinion of him. Did you not like Auntie Deb prior, Jay? Auntie Deb's one of my favorite people. Jimmy has got the best heart ever, and I say that like as a personal reference because when he talks to you privately, he's made me cry numerous times with the sweet things he said to me. So you're allowed to not care for somebody and come back and change your mind. Auntie's fun. It's funny because his persona that he puts off on YouTube is the same as he is normally. But then when he's talking to you privately, like it's like you can tell he's genuinely means what he says. Oops. Hold on. Turn that off. Nobody needs to be calling me. Nobody needs to call me. Yeah, so you guys, I just took a video of my cat opening the door and then deciding when I shut the door that he didn't want to stay back there. So he opened it from the other side and came out. So, yeah. I'm like, really? This is what we're doing? I think Liam and my husband are home, I think. The Southerners. Give us fucking McDonough. Oh, his cat videos are hilarious. The other thing I love is if you remember when Sean and the golf went like kind of crazy, kind of, I guess, but more like crazy. But he went on that big rant, and I was watching Jimmy on his live, and he was yanking his thing on his. Hold, please. My dog is barking. He was yanking the strings on his sweatshirt, pulled over his face, and he would just have like his face, his nose put in there. And so, yeah, it was fun. Judgment free. That's right. We love all, even if you don't. Knick Knack Paddywhack says, hi, hubby.
Oh. Oh, look at the babies.
She said, Steve, hey. It's been a long day, you guys. We're from the Great White North. Smarter state. She's stuck in the South with McDonough. Okay, first of all, I was born and raised here. McDonough came here. He was sent here.
True.
McDonough. Give us McDonough. Nikki said, "Do you have the best P-Town voice?"
All right, let's bring the jury in.
I love you.
I love you too. Mwah. How's your day?
The jury is present. Please be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer until 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units, and they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us? Have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit. So starting from about 2016 on, it was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, pardon me, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
yes,
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes,
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So let me ask you this. Did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information. You're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case. And then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time. And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something,
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key, still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying.
Yes,
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there.
correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant.
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes,
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working. They may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting.
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, It advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes,
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body worn video and also having met her in person.
And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes,
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
one minor clarification. I wouldn't
Sure.
call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Thumb drive of all of the phone records?
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State won't move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile?
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow. Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here, it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
yes,
Um, When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print?
Yes,
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209 is admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Hello, my friends. I'm laying down. Don't look at me. I'm laying down. Don't look at me. Knick knack paddywhack. Are you there? Ooh, Liam, turn it down some.
Peaches. Thank you, P.
Hi, Mary. You is? Hold that thought, Murphy. Come on. Never mind, I can't find it. I was looking, but I can't.
Peaches.
So, how do you guys really feel about Miss Lori Vallow's defense she's putting on? Cat? Nice. Are you gonna come back? You gonna come back, Jay? We'll be here. I mean, I took you guys to the doctor with me yesterday. We like have a connection now. Well, that's good. At least you can find out what's going on. Right? We're back. I agree. I think, except for the parts where she keeps testifying and bringing up, green chicken chili enchiladas. That apparently Colby said are not good at all. Speaking of Colby, I want to show you guys a video. He did a live yesterday, and I have the utmost respect for Colby, and I feel like he has still become an amazing person, even though his mom is who she is and what she's done. Well, I have spinal stenosis too, Mary. Fun. Trust me, I know. Stop it.
What's that?
Stop it. Where is it? I'm trying to find where he did it at. I watched it the other day, and my heart just sank for him, because you can see. Let me find it. Colby Ryan. And it is live. I'm trying to Maybe it's not in the live. Maybe it's in the video. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves, okay? I'll be back. Just a second. Okay, so this is Colby's. Stop, cat. I'm about to throw my cat around the room. So this is Colby's YouTube. Has anybody here before we start ever listened to Colby? This is Lori Vallow's oldest son. This is Tylee's half brother, JJ's older brother, and the stepbrothers of Charles Vallow. And he considered Charles Vallow his dad because they were married for 13 years. And I want to play this because I just saw this the other day. And this is a video of him doing, this is his podcast. This is him talking to Lori on the phone. And him asking questions and her giving her truth. And my heart just breaks for him because after watching this, like, you want to punch her even more. But we'll watch this for right now.
Are you still there? Can you hear me?
I do the best. Yeah, I do.
It does cut in and out, guys. Hold on. I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi. What's going on today? All right. Doing weird things. Let me go to the right page. Hit play. Not that one. There we go.
Are you still there? Can you hear me?
I do the best. Yeah, I do the best with what we have.
Right. You try what you can.
Yeah, are you cutting out?
Yeah. Can you hear me? I'm trying to keep it going.
Yeah, no, you sound good to me. I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good. But yeah, I
I know
just
you have all the questions and everything, but how are you doing? Are you okay?
The last time that they talked.
I'm better now, if I'm being honest with you. It's taken a long process to work through all this stuff. It's been a lot of years, but I've definitely found my strength. So I think that's where I'm at right now. But
Well,
yeah.
I know you've got to be busy with kids and everything, so that your life moves fast when you have little kids and you're doing your life. So, I didn't want any of this for you, as you know.
Yeah.
You told me that Tylee had come to you in a dream,
Right.
and you never told me what she said or what her message was to you.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I always wanted to ask you privately, right? Like me and you, like, what did she say?
I don't remember. If I'm being honest with you, I don't really know if I believe in the visiting of ancestors anymore. I don't really like people who are in your family. I don't think that's something that I've ever seen biblically where like you really get visitors from your family on behalf of Christ. I've dreamed a lot of things, if that's what you're asking. I've dreamed a lot of things about you and I've dreamed a lot of things about my family, but I've never fully dreamed I can't remember exactly what you're referring to, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, yeah, but you called me, and so you knew something wasn't right, and you were questioning me, and you were asking. But this is before you knew anything, and you had a dream with Tylee. I'm not saying she actually visited you, but you had some kind of dream that had upset you. And I wondered, because she had passed away, if she had actually visited you and told you something, because she visited me and told me plenty of things. And the very first thing she told me was, "I'm sorry, Mom, for being such a brat."
Right there. That's what I want to talk about. She literally says that Tylee came to her in a dream and that the first thing she did was apologize for being such a brat. You just got arrested because this is a while ago. I don't even know what the date is on this one. You just got, I have to look. You just got, I mean, literally charged and found guilty with 2 life sentences on your children's death, and you found them in your backyard, and you're gonna sit there and say that because she was being a brat. And actually it's come out now that they believe that she might have had a little bit of Munchausen by proxy with Tylee. I don't know. I think that it's possible, but I am going to stop it and kind of talk about it for a little bit because we have to with fair use. So just so you guys know.
That's the first things that she told me. And it was so Tylee, and it was so her. So I just wondered if she had said something to you that you...
Look at that look, you guys. That look. That's crazy. That look he just gave. Look at this. Oh my
if
God.
she had actually visited you and told you something, because she visited me and told me plenty of things. And the very first thing she told me was, "I'm sorry, Mom, for being such a brat." That's the first things that she told me. And it was so Tylee, and it was so her. So I just wondered if she had said something to you that you recalled. And that was such a long time ago. I just always have wondered, because I never asked you at the time, you know, what your dream was. You just had told me that you had had a dream and that she had come to you. So I wondered.
Yeah, I don't really remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. I just didn't know if that was something that... And I totally appreciate what you believe or don't believe or whatever. You know what I believe, so it's not a big secret.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you know from when you knew me, not what you know from what police have told you or other people have told you, but what you actually know from me personally, which that's the only other thing I wanted to ask you about, because do you remember our drive to Reno, just me and you, right?
Mm-hmm. And I remember you telling me some really out there stuff. You just told me that there's multiple lives, and I told you that's not true. And I really don't believe in that at all. I don't think anybody's ever lived multiple probations. I don't think anybody's ever come back besides Jesus himself. I don't think that's not something that we do. That's reincarnation. That's not something that Jesus ever mentioned in the Bible, ever.
Okay, so don't forget, you guys, they are Mormon. One of the things about Lori is that she thinks that she's a prophet. She did not believe she had to repent anymore. Her and Chad Daba were like the leaders of 144,000, that they were like coming back, and that they were almost a higher power than God. And Colby is still very, very much involved in his religion. Mormon religion is a lot different if you're not used to any, you know. I mean, I've kind of watched a lot of different shows about Mormons. I've also watched a couple of people like do lives on TikTok that are ex-Mormon. So to kind of just learn, I like to learn about that stuff. I like to research. So just remember that they are going to talk about Jesus and religion. And if that bothers you, then this might not be the video for you. Just let me know. I figured this would be a good way to get through the lunch thing. So All right.
There's nobody who comes back and lives in flesh and is born again and has a whole nother different life and experience. So I truly knew when you told me that didn't make any sense to me and it didn't sit right with my spirit. But I trusted you as my mom. I tried to give you the room to share with what you thought and felt. But as years went by, I had to do my own research on the things. And I remember thinking, when you did that and said that, I remember thinking that's just not right in my spirit. And everybody's entitled to believe what they want. But I'm telling you, for me personally, that in no way, shape, or form do I believe that anybody's ever lived a different life. I think once you're gone, you go to heaven or wherever the Lord puts you. And that is my true conviction to myself. I don't believe in anything else.
Well, I honor and respect that. And just like you said, I honor and respect what everyone else believes. They can believe whatever they want to believe, right? Like,
but don't you think that's dangerous to believe anything and just kind of have your own basis of belief rather than something that's based in truth and what the Bible says?
Okay, so I agree with you 100%. And there's a purpose for what the Bible does, and there's a purpose for what it says, and it says all the right things. And most people who ever come to this earth only come one time, and that's why the Bible is for everyone. It's not. This is higher knowledge that people who need to know it can know it, and people that don't need to know it don't need to know it. So it's not widespread. It comes directly from Jesus to me. It doesn't come from any other source. It comes from Jesus Christ to me. And so that.
I'm muted. Hey, Debbie. Yeah, she laughed at him in another video the first time. So this is like the second time that she's been able to talk to him. And he wanted to talk to her because he wanted to get her like questions answered. And it's painful. As a mother, this is painful for me to listen to. But
Let's go back to what you said. I feel like, honestly, that there's a lot to talk about here. Can you go over, you said Tylee's been visiting you. So I want to, there's a lot of things I want to go through, but you said Tylee visited you and spoke to you. And JJ, I heard this in your statement that you made. I wanted to know, what you mean by that. And, one of the reasons I wanted to talk. I think when we talked about Legion, let's go back to what we were talking about. So in the Bible, there's that moment, I think it's in John 5, where Jesus casts out the demons and he gets rid of them, and then the man is back to normal. You said that there was a reference to the chosen, and I wanted to hear what you said because it cut out. So what do you believe in when it comes to the zombie idea? Because that's where you were at. That's what you were telling me.
Yes, I would love to address this because I have never said the word my personal. This has gone out of control, India, whoever made up this whole zombie thing, and escalated what my basic belief was. Okay? I, Lori, have gone through my whole entire discovery, and there's not one thing. Do you know if you do a search and you do the word zombie, in the search for in my discovery. Do you know the only thing that comes up is when JJ was ordering those little zombie babies from Minecraft. That's the only thing that comes up in all of my 19 years of my iCloud. I was not saying that. That is not something I said. That is not something that. So yes, can evil spirits possess humans like it did in John 5? Yes, I believe that. Do I believe I have the power from to cast them out? Yeah, I do. The same way he cast him out in episode 5 of season 2 of The Chosen.
Okay.
So yes, those are my
You there?
Sorry, the Wi-Fi here is so terrible. It just keeps cutting out.
It's all right. Yeah, we can just go through it. So you were saying that you never said the word zombie. That was never used by you.
Ever.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I have a lot to ask you, honestly, but I wanted to give you the floor to really say your piece. And since we're cutting out so much, maybe it's just a good time. You told me one day you'd want to say it in our last phone call. You said that you wanted to tell me what has happened. So I'm going to just give you the floor real quick. If you want to say your piece, and maybe I'll just have follow-up questions after that. But I want to go ahead, and I think you know what I'm referring to is what really happened then with my brother and my sister and this whole thing. And I know that we could talk about my dad, but I'm assuming that that's because of your case is a little not for right now. We can always follow up on that at some point because I do have a lot of questions about it all. But I'm going to try to just keep it strictly to my brother and my sister. So I just want to give you the floor real quick, and I think we'll just kind of go from there.
Well, it's obviously different than what everyone else thinks, and I don't know that if you knew the truth of what really actually happened, if you would want it to be in public forum, Colby. I mean, talk to you personally. I know that you are the only person on this planet, to me, who loved Kylie and JJ as much as I do. The only person. So in all of my 4 years or 5 years of going through this, because it's been 5 years now.
Yeah.
I have asked every one of my attorneys, how can you help me to talk to Colby in a way that I can let him know the truth of what happened, because he's the only person on this planet, not my mom, not my sister, not anybody else. Colby is the only person on this planet who loved JJ and Tylee like I did. He was the only person that truly cared. And in my opinion, he is the only person who deserves to know what really happened. So can you help me find a way where I can talk to Colby privately and tell him, because this is a horrible situation and I want to be able to talk to you, but I don't know that after you know what actually happened, if you would want that to be public.
Okay.
On that, do you hear the fake tears she's got coming on? Does anybody else hear those? Like, that's one of my biggest things. Like, if you're gonna be upset and cry over something, be upset. Show who you are and be. This is your child you're talking to about what happened to your two younger childs, to his siblings. This poor boy was 23 years, and I call him a boy because he's my kid's age. He's 23 years old when he lost his siblings and his stepfather. And then he lost his mom because she ended up going to jail for all of it. And he's never gotten the truth. And to me, as a mom, seeing how well he handles himself, I don't understand how he came from Lori. Like, I don't. He is an amazing person, honestly.
Okay. Well, basically, you said no one was murdered. That was your biggest statement. You said not one single person was murdered, that everybody, you said there were suicides and deaths, accidental deaths, and you said that there was drug overdoses, that no one was murdered. So that's what I'm going to ask you then. If you were willing to say it in your statement, then I'm asking you to say it to me. If you don't want to go into detail, that's your decision. But that's what I'm asking you today.
Well, what I can tell you is that I wrote out what happened with those 38 pages, and that's what I was telling my attorneys. I need this to get to Colby. I don't care who else it has to go through, but I don't think it's fair to Colby to not have this information, since he is the only person I feel like was as close to that cared about JJ and Tylee like I did. Now, you are the only person, Colby, in the entire world that I felt like I said, I want to talk to Colby and tell him because he deserves to know. I don't care what anybody else knows, and I frankly don't care what anybody else thinks. It's not their children. They're my children, and they're your brother and sister, and we were the family, and we were the ones doing everything for them. And when you took care of JJ, when Tylee was in the hospital that time before we had to move to Hawaii, and you sat there with him as a 2-year-old before medication, before we knew he had autism, and he would just run like 100 miles an hour. And I remember, because when you picked us up at the airport, picked us up, and you were so mad at me when you picked me up with JJ, and you're like, what are you doing? And you're too old to be, you're a grandma age, and you're too old to have this baby, and what are you doing? And he's gonna have so many problems, and you were really mad. And JJ came with his own love, and you fell in love with JJ. You, Colby, did. And when you had to take care of him during that time, I think that bonded you the most to him. When you took care of him, and Tylee and I were in the hospital, and Charles was in Hawaii trying to set up the house, and we were trying to move out of that huge 5,000 square foot house, and we were just throwing everything in the dumpster because we couldn't move it. We didn't have time because we didn't expect Tylee to be with pancreatitis in the hospital, and I was in there with her screaming. And so you are the only person that deserves to know the truth. Also, I can't tell the story of what happened to Tylee and JJ without telling Tylee's life. And I don't necessarily want to tell that to the public, but you know it. You are the only person who lived it with me and her. You lived it with me. You went with me and her to therapy every week. You were the ones there when she was crying and screaming and throwing things in walls because they were forcing her to go to jail. You saw all of her moods. You knew how she had depression and anxiety attacks. And you and Kelsey were even coming over to mentor her during that time.
Hey, Natalie.
You know, because you were there. And you were there with JJ. You were there with Tylee, and you know, and I didn't want to write it out like that. I didn't want to just say, oh, this is what happened. I wanted to talk to you and answer your questions so I can tell you everything that actually happened.
Okay. Does anybody see a theme with what's happening? Hi, Natalie. Anyone who's watching this, do you guys see a theme with what's happening right now? And here's the other thing. The whole autism thing, my child has autism. It's pretty severe autism. He is me. Jen, okay, I'm calling on you. What's the answer? What's the theme? Let's see if you're at the theme that I have. I want to see because I have a child with autism. And you know what? There are some days it's really hard. That is part of the theme. Yes, that is part of the theme. The other part is she's skirting around all the questions. He's not getting anything answered. She said she wanted to tell him her side of the story, and she's not telling him anything. She's just skirting around in circles. And that is frustrating. Girl, yes, Natalie. So much so. So much so. But I want to keep watching this because I think you guys will really enjoy it. So.
Happen, and if you have a question of somebody, well, the police said this, and I have an answer for that. That is not what, they weren't there and they don't know. So I wanted to talk to you so I could hear your questions and answer your questions, because you are the only person besides me on this whole earth who really loved both of them the way that I did. And so you heard what happened. If you heard that, what I wrote.
They wouldn't give me the detail really, so that's why I'm asking, because that's what.
But I'm happy. I would be happy to tell you personally and privately, because I don't know if you want those details out in the public.
Well, you pretty much said it in the trial. So I guess I'm wondering why you said those things if you weren't willing to just share, if that's the truth, that you say it is.
Well, it is the truth, and it's exactly what happened. But
Do you want me to say what I've seen personally?
sure.
So it's gonna be heavy. So I hope you're ready for this. They found my little brother in a bag, tied up, buried, and then they found remnants of my sister. Remnants, not even a person anymore. Remnants of her.
Can you imagine why that is? Do you have any room to think that would happen?
No.
So, did you know Kylie's desire of wanting to be cremated?
That was your version of cremating her? That was
It
the
wasn't
version?
mine.
Because that doesn't sound.
It wasn't mine. But did you know that she had that desire?
No.
Well, so you don't know because you weren't there, but when, after Charles passed away, and Alex and I and Tyler were at our table in there at the house in Chandler.
You don't know because you weren't there. That's her biggest thing. The cops weren't there. You weren't there. What, buddy? 1 0 0 0 100. Good job, Liam. 99. Can you turn that down, please? Sorry, guys. Real life it up in here. It's always real life. Daddy's out back. Go find Daddy. That is Liam. If you guys did not know, he's talking up a storm. She's this disgusting human being. Why would a 16-year-old at 16? Never in my life did I sit there and say, you know what? I think I want to be cremated. Never in my life did I say I wanted to be cremated. Now I know what I want, but that's not something I thought of when I was 16. Jen, you would love him. I mean, Nikki and Amy, everybody, Mary, you guys, I'll have to have an episode where I can see if I can get him on actually, I could show a video. I could show a news article about him you guys would like, but he's very famous in town. So yeah, it's not one. Why would a 16-year-old say she want to be cremated? And that's her version of cremating. That just makes me livid.
And we were going over Charles' wishes, and Charles had put all his stuff down saying he wanted to be cremated, and don't ever put me in a box or I'll come back and haunt you, because he was claustrophobic. He didn't like the idea of being in a box, and he had said all these funny things on his letter to me. And Kylie said to me and Alex at the time, she said, don't you put me in a box either. She's like, whenever I'm out of here, I want to be cremated. That was her big thing.
So why wasn't she cremated?
Put into a box.
Why didn't you cremate her? If she wasn't murdered, why was she picked?
But she wasn't.
Pieces? Okay, according to what you say, and you say you were there, I'm trying to give you the space without telling you what I think and feel. I'm trying to ask you the question because that's not cremation. I have my brother and sister's ashes. That's cremation. I haven't.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine coming in on that scene? Can you imagine as a mother, your father now? So imagine you come in and find 2 of your children deceased.
So they just died out of nowhere.
I didn't say that.
You come home or whatever, and both your kids are dead. And then what? You just never tell me what happened? Or you never tell anybody anything? I'm trying to understand you.
You can't, because you can't imagine what that is like. You can't even imagine, you know how much I love those kids. You know how much I've put into them. You know how much I've done everything to protect them. You know how much I've done everything to get Tylee every kind of help, fought in every kind of court to keep her safe, fought in every kind of hospital so they wouldn't do a whole bunch of horrible stuff to her when she was sick all the time. You know what I did for them.
I know.
So you imagine walking in, finding them, and they had been gone for hours. There is nothing I can do, even though you just can't imagine. You can't imagine that scenario because until you live it, you can't imagine that scenario. And when I came in and I knew Tylee had been upset, and I knew that she was upset with me that weekend because she wouldn't stay at the house because I would only stay there. She hates Melanie Gibb, as you know. Everyone knows this. She hated her. And she couldn't stand her smell because she had the essential oils, and Tylee got sick off the essential oils in 6th grade because her teacher made her drink the essential oils in 6th grade to help her pancreatitis, if you remember all that. So she didn't want to stay there. So I asked her to babysit JJ, put him to bed that night, which is what she always has done, right? She was going to sit in bed. I was going to do my podcast with stupid Melanie and Dave, right? So JJ wouldn't interrupt it. And then I was picking him up in the morning to get him ready and take him to school. And when I came in on that scene, and they were gone, I thought Tylee did it to get back at me. I thought it was all my fault.
This woman just blamed Tylee and said Tylee did this to get back at her. That Tylee, you're going to hear her say it in a minute, but she's saying Tylee killed her little brother and then killed herself because to get back at her mother. What? You're going to turn this on Tylee because she's not like here. And she's doing this in the court case too. If you guys don't hear her say all the time about Tylee and how Tylee did this and Tylee did that. She's doing it over and over and over. Now, so Natalie, I had a daughter who was born sleeping between Liam and Declan. Her name is Sutton. I was 20 weeks pregnant, and we ended up having to deliver, and so of course she didn't make it. And I could never imagine any person talking about their children this way. Anybody ever. And it kills me. And to have Liam, who is nonverbal autistic and has autism, he has nonverbal autistic, he has epilepsy, he's got brain cancer, and he's legally blind. And this boy laughs more than any child you ever met. He has the most contagious laugh. And that makes me crazy that this woman could be this way. That this woman could look at her kids and just say, and then blame it on her daughter for doing it. Like, come on. Like it makes no sense. Thanks, Natalie. I don't tell you guys those things that like hurt your that make me feel like, oh, I have to have love and support and sentiment. And I do appreciate it, and I love having it, and I love all of you guys so much. But I tell you, I don't hide my story. I tell my story because if it can help one person, then that's my job. So that's the only reason I don't mind mentioning it. But I don't want you guys to think I'm doing it to be like, please love me. Only love me. You can love Nikki too. I'll let you. All right.
I thought she was mad at me, and that's what had happened. And the reason why she visited me and why JJ visited me and came to me right after that is because to tell me that it wasn't my fault, because I was blaming myself 100%. 100%. Why didn't I get Tylee more help? Why did I let her get off of her meds? Why did I not do something different? Why did I let Melanie get to stay here? Why did I do any of these things that would lead to this? How could it possibly have happened? Why and how? Why and how? I mean, you can't even imagine what that is like. No one on the earth can imagine what that's like.
You're telling me that Tylee took JJ's life and then took her own life.
On accident.
And took her own life then? After? So who chopped and burned her? And who duct taped JJ and put him in the ground? What I'm asking you. You're saying what? So you told me.
Sorry, you're just cutting out. I can't hear what your question is.
So you're telling me Tylee took JJ's life, then took her own life, and then someone cremated her by dismembering her and burning her and throwing her in a pet cemetery, and then somebody bound JJ, put him in a trash bag, and threw him in the backyard. And that was it. That was the end of it.
What I'm saying is I wasn't aware what happened to them after I left that scene.
Okay, so you gave it to someone else. You gave the responsibility to someone else, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. And then.
I didn't. I just ran out.
Okay. So you're saying someone else took care of the situation.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said you.
It's breaking up.
I'm saying that you're saying to me that someone else took care of it. That's it. I don't have to go into more detail there. Somebody else took care of these things. So you.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
I'm telling you that their spirits were gone from their bodies at that time. They were gone. They were already in heaven. They were already gone.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying that they were gone, and why, if that's the case, then why wouldn't you just tell us? What was the secrecy for? Why didn't anybody know?
There's a lot of reasons. Colby and I've gone over that a million times, and I can tell you from the beginning, my thoughts then and my thoughts now obviously are different. I've had lots of therapy about it, to kind of work through it myself. But at the time, I didn't want anyone to know what Tylee had done to JJ, and I wanted to continue to protect Tylee as her mother.
As her mother, I wanted to continue to protect Tylee. But you're going to blame Tylee for everything that's happened. Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Has been trying to protect her whole life. Like, this is my scenario, Colby. What if Tylee holding Juju down for too long, trying to get him to not scream and be loud in the apartment, which she was always upset about. We weren't in a big house anymore. We were in these tiny little apartments, and he was loud. And what if she held him down too long and realized afterwards what she had done? What if she had come running to me and told me what she had done, right? That it was an accident? Do you not think that I would have told police that I did it to save Tylee? Because you know that I would have. I would have done anything to protect Tylee. And in my mind at that time, and some people might think it's not rational, but wasn't rational at that time, because you can't imagine what it's like to find your children in that way. You can't imagine. So no, I was not being rational. However, I was still protecting Tylee in my mind, and I still am. This is why I only wanted to tell you privately. I didn't want to tell the world what went on. I didn't want to tell the world that Tylee stopped taking her medication 2 weeks before this. She was on anti-anxiety medication, anti-depression medication. She was on a medication for panic attacks, and she was on birth control so her ovarian cysts wouldn't be bad. She was on all that stuff. And when we moved up to Idaho, 2 weeks before, a week after we got there, she said she didn't want to take her meds anymore. And I said, honey, you can't go off meds cold turkey. You can't just you have to wean off of them. And you know how she was, and you know how stubborn she was, and you know how she would do anything that I told her to do, and she would do the opposite. So no, I haven't wanted to tell everybody, and nobody could even understand how it could get to this point unless they understood what had happened to Tylee since she was 3 years old. So yes, I have been protected.
What's happened to Tylee since she was 3? Except that her mom had her in the hospital, and then the doctors and everything else, and letting her take all kinds of medication at 3 years old. I firmly believe Lori had Munchausen by proxy or factitious disorder, and I think that she kept Tylee sick on purpose because it gave her control over her, especially once she became a teenager. I firmly believe that.
Protecting Tylee. I will continue to protect Tylee. I didn't want this to be made public. I didn't testify in court for that purpose.
To
They
protect
could
her
put me in
name?
here for 5 lifetimes. They could put me in here for 1 million lifetimes. It doesn't matter to me.
So I just want to understand, because this is what I asked you before. You're telling me that all of this is to protect my sister's name because of what she did. Is that what you're saying?
In my mind, yes.
Okay. I think it's hard because I've come to know the prosecutors myself. I've looked at a lot of the evidence. There was nothing left of my sister to even really look at because somebody was so brutal with her. Somebody was so sick with her after she was taken.
I can't hear you, Colby. It's cutting out.
I said that
I can't really hear anything you're saying.
I said that it was, I've talked to the prosecutors. I've looked at a lot of what they've shown me. And Tylee was so brutally mistreated after her death that wasn't even human. It wasn't even humans.
Well, I'll tell you something about what I know about the minute. And because of my own experience of being outside of my body, right? You could care less what happens to your body after you die. You could care less.
Okay, hold on.
And I know people on Earth are really worried about it.
I don't
get
want to
it.
hear it. I'm
I
sorry.
get it.
I don't want to know.
I did not
brutal
I did
thing
not
I've
know
ever heard in
that
my
was
life.
being done to her.
It's the most brutal thing I've ever heard in my life. So I don't want to go over that really.
Me either.
JJ
I want to think about that.
JJ was
They were
found,
not in there, Colby. They were not in there, is what I'm telling
but
you.
I'm telling
So no
you,
matter what happens to you when you're at a coroner's office and they cut you open and do an autopsy,
Okay.
yeah, that's really gross. It's
No,
really
that's not
gross
what
when
I'm
they do
talking
that
about.
to anybody.
that's not what I'm talking about. But with JJ,
You're not in there.
JJ was found fighting his bag that he was put in. So did Tylee, you're telling me Tylee held him down too long or put a bag over his head? Because that was the evidence that JJ was being suffocated by somebody. That was the
Okay, so that is not the case. So when I found those, my little precious babies, there was no bag, there was no tape,
okay, so
there's
they're just both
nothing
dead.
of that. They were just gone.
Okay.
Anything that was done was after the fact, long after the fact. They were not in there.
Okay. And that brings me to a question here. With all of this being said, what has it been like for you?
Sorry, you're cutting out.
Okay.
I didn't hear you because I
I said-
was cut out.
What has it been like for you then since 2020? How have you been affected by all this? Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, you didn't hear that?
I said,
No, I didn't hear that. Only part of it.
since that's what you're going to say, how have you been affected since 2020? How has this affected you?
How have I not been affected? It's my whole life. Like, I was never going to tell anybody anything about anything, ever.
Okay, so you would have never told
Suck
me.
it up and take it.
You would have never told
But
me.
when I was at the
You would have never
well,
told
you're
me.
the only person I wanted to tell you, and you're the only person I wanted to tell, and I wanted that to be privately.
Okay, well,
The only person I deserve to know.
that can't just be something private, Mom. That's not something you can just tell me that I would just be accepting and understanding of. You have to understand that. I would never agree with you. I would never bury my siblings in some random dude's backyard and act like it never happened. I would never let that happen. I would have, even if that's what happened, which I'm going to be honest with you, I hope you can understand, because I wanted to be respectful enough to listen to what you said. I've really tried to listen and study what you said, and based off of everything that I've been shown, that they were both murdered, and that's what you said didn't happen. So I think that we're not going to get anywhere there. I think that's just, I wanted to hear what you had to say, because you said you were there, and you said that those were your children, and those were my siblings. But I can't sit here and say that I agree with you at all. I don't think that's what happened. No, it's just not what I think happened based off
When
of
we all get
evidence.
to heaven, you'll know.
Okay.
That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you anything different. You'll
Right, no.
know. And I can't tell anybody different. And I don't care what anybody thinks, really. Like, they weren't there, they don't know. So
Okay. Well, that's what you meant then on that phone call.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
You told me on that phone call that I would know, and you said they don't know. And I definitely listened to that phone call again, because I was so hurt, because it sounded like you were just giving me a middle finger, and you said F you.
I wasn't, honey. I wanted to tell you. The attorneys told me, don't say anything on a jail call. Nothing. Don't ever say anything. They pound that into you, from
Right.
day one. Like, so you're asking me, and I'm like, I can't tell you on this phone call, but I want to tell you. You're the only person I wanted to tell.
Okay.
Because I wanted you to be able to grieve, and I wanted you to be able to mourn, and I wanted you to be able to tell the difference between what they're saying actually happened and that you would know privately what really happened. Let them say whatever they want. Who cares? It's gone way out of proportion. But I wanted you to have that for your own peace. That's it. For your own peace of mind. You know Tylee better than anybody on
She wants him to have peace. When she's the one who did this to her, and she is the one who continues to gaslight him, and she is the one who continues to lie to him and blame his sister for the death of him, of JJ and herself. The fact that this man, he just turned 29 the other day. The fact that this man for the last 5 years has had to go through this and had to testify at her trial and Chad's trial. He has not had to testify at this trial, thank goodness. He has attended it. He went yesterday, and it was really hard because it was the day they showed the autopsy photos of Charles, and that was hard for him. So, but yeah, this is no, it doesn't. This is not apparent. This is not apparent.
On earth except for me. You did. You lived it with me.
So can I ask you another question then? Well, obviously, I have a million. I'm trying to keep this very, really to the point of the things. I think that I've noticed you say you have a lot of these enemies, and that you have believed to be a very big usher into the second coming and Jesus and all these things. So I'm wondering, do you feel that you are this person who's lived multiple lives and is here to do this thing to usher in Jesus's coming? Is that what all of this hardship on your part is? Is that why you think you're going through so much hardship? Is that you are that person?
Well, what do you remember of me telling you about my experiences in the temple? I told you personally. I only told a few people personally, and they've gone running wild with these stories. So I'm asking you what you remember, what I told you personally.
All I remember is your biggest claim is that you had seen Jesus personally, and that he had talked to you, and that he was on your side. That was it. That's what I really remember. I mean, you did tell me about the whole multiple lives thing, but that's about the basis of what I remember you telling me.
Right. And where did I tell you where that experience happened?
Yeah, you said you're in the temple. That's what
Okay. So I learned all these things that I know from Jesus personally. So when he came to me in the temple and he put his hands on my head and ordained me to do something for him, like a job, right? And he said, will you do this job?
All right. This is where it's going to get crazy. Okay. You already think it's crazy, but this is going to show you where her brain is.
If you lose everything. This was in 2017.
Okay.
And then he said,
Corruption.
will you do this job if you become like Job? That's what he asked me. And at the time, when he was right there with me, and you have those wonderful, heavenly, peaceful feelings, I thought, sure, I'll do anything you want me to. Go to the ends of the earth. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth like Peter. And then you walk into that scene and you're on the ground like Peter. Like, what is this about? What do you mean? It was everything. I lost everyone, and including you, which was really the hardest loss of all to me, because you were my best friend for 24 years. And losing you over the past 4 years was harder on me than even losing the kids. But he asked me to do a job for him. Mm-hmm. And I said that I could, and he said it was going to be terrible. Now I'll tell you this.
Okay.
When you have a visit from Jesus, a personal visit,
right,
then because there is opposition in all things, you will have a personal visit from Lucifer.
Okay.
So weeks after I had this visit with Jesus in the temple, I was in JJ's room at the big house where you got married.
Okay.
And Lucifer was standing right in front of me.
Okay.
And he said to me, I know who you are. I know exactly who you are. And I will stop you. Okay? So, Jesus gave me a job.
Okay.
Lucifer has done every single thing to get me to take my own life because that is his goal. If I leave here, I cannot do my job for Jesus, right? The only thing I have to do for Jesus is stay here, right? He needs me.
The devil wants her to take her own life. Whose lives did she take? Because it wasn't hers. She's still on this earth, making up shit, making up rules, making up defenses, blaming her daughter for murdering her son and then killing herself, and gaslighting her oldest son, who has done nothing but try to understand because he lost everybody he loved. He lost his entire family. His entire family. He is amazing. He has turned to be Lori Vallow's son. He has turned out to be one of the the way I'm proud of my kids that are 26, almost 26 and 23. Well, that makes me want to puke. My kids, he is a lot like my kids and their view on life and the things that they do. Liam, turn it down, please. Nobody wants to hear Mickey Mouse. Sorry, you guys. I know you don't want to hear Mickey Mouse. Let's go back to Colby.
Here to help people.
Right.
Now, there's 8 women in my pod right now facing the death penalty. Okay, 8 women in this little jail. I help them every day.
Okay.
I help them doing their workouts. I help them doing all these things. I help them with their cases. Whether Jesus needs me to help him and serve him in primary or in prison, he asked me to do this for him. Now, the media flood that has come against me, right? The media flood that has come against me is from Lucifer, right? He does not want this job done. He does not want me to help these women. He does not want me to uplift them and strengthen them and help them hold on until he comes again to rescue us all.
Right.
He doesn't want that.
Hate. That means so much to me. I can't even tell you how much that means to me. My family is my everything. Never thought I would have 5, but I do. 6, just 5 living, but never thought I would just, so that will be hard. Amy will be there, but I live in Florida, so I'm going to try to come up for the trial for like a weekend, like I might come on a Thursday and maybe stay through the weekend and come home. I just got to plan it with my husband and then check the money situation. So thank you. It really does. It means so much, so much. Mary, you too. I love you guys.
Okay.
So he wants me here.
Okay.
And he's taken everything away from me like he took away from Job. The only thing wasn't allowed to do to Job is what?
Kill him.
He wasn't allowed to kill Job himself, right?
Yep.
But he was allowed to do everything to make Job want to kill himself, right? Everything.
Right.
So it is a personal attack on my family because Jesus asked me to do a job for him.
Okay.
So that is my belief that he has taken every single thing I've ever and turned it into a lie, taken every lie and turned it into a truth. So yes, that is what I feel like is happening.
Okay.
I will continue to do my job, whether I have your support or not, although I would love that. And one day, everyone will know that that is true and that that's what happened.
I hope you can listen to what I have to say as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I've done a lot of praying. I've dreamed dreams of me delivering you from demons. In those dreams, every time I yelled at you and we screamed, and then I would perform a deliverance on you and I would call things out of you. I do not share your beliefs. And this is after a lot of pondering and praying on my own. After everything happened, I started to read the New Testament, and I wanted to trust you before I found out. I wanted to believe that Kylie and JJ were walking around somewhere, maybe in a barn. I don't know. I couldn't understand what you were doing. And I tried to just keep saying, you know what? I'm going to trust my mom. I'm going to trust my mom. I'm going to trust my mom. When I found out what happened and I started to see everything, I gave you a call. And in that call, it was very confrontational, but I felt like I wasn't judging you. And a lot of times you said I was judging you and you think that I was with everybody else and I'm like the media. And I'm glad that I called you now because I have my head on straight. And I can tell you that after a very long time of listening to what has been in the documents, these are the things they recovered from you and from Chad and these things, it doesn't make sense to me. And none of it is biblically based. And I know you have a different viewpoint, but you and I are on completely two different, it's black and white. It's that different. And a part of me struggled for a very long time to try to remember the person you were before all this and try to remember that you did care so much and it felt like you loved us and you tried to protect us and you were just a different person. And I understand that you believe that these are the things, and you know what? We're not even going to have an argument about that because there's no point. There's not going to be me sitting here telling you this, and this, but I will tell you fundamentally and 100%, after praying a lot about it and everything over the last few years, I do not agree with what you believe. And I don't think that.
Yeah, but you don't even know.
I keep muting myself. Sorry. He's literally, yes, he makes your heart sad, but in a lot of ways, he makes my heart whole. Like, he makes me feel like this, you can have the worst. No, that was me. I was on mute. You could have the worst mother and father who do the worst things to you, and you can still turn out to be an amazing human. And that's huge. That's huge. He's a father and a husband, and he wants to honor his siblings, and he won't believe his mom because he knows. He does. He has a beautiful soul. You guys, I'm hooked on when Colby comes on. When I watch him, he does not hide his pain. He shares his pain. He shares his he shares his strength. He shares his love, and he does smile and laugh a lot. Last night he went to court yesterday, I guess, and it was a hard day, of course, with the autopsy photos. But he actually said that someone said, I want to hear a good story about Tylee. Like, tell us something that Tylee loved. And he told a little goofy story about her when she was little and just how hard they laughed and laughed and laughed. And by the end of it, he was crying happy tears. And it was just so heartwarming. So to know that even out of bad people, good people can come.
Exactly what I do believe, honey. Like, you're saying that because you're going with what everybody else has said I believe, but
Well, I
those are
read
not
it.
my actual beliefs.
Right. But believing that someone is a zombie or I know you said you didn't say
That
that,
is not my belief.
but believing
That is not my belief.
that, I mean, even with what happened with Chad, I thought that all these things were happening and all this time you were talking to him. And then, I was mad at my dad and I stopped talking to him because I was mad because I thought he hurt you, but you were talking to Chad too. That's not right. And those things aren't right. And I don't know everything. Like I told you, I'm not arrogant to sit here and say I know everything. And I wanted to give you the platform to say your piece. But my piece is this as well. I do know you. And none of this is congruent to the person that raised me. None of it. Nothing.
When did I change? I would like to know when you thought that this miraculous, after 50 years of being a wonderful mother, that I turned into this horrible person. Like, what?
No,
When do you think that happened?
Can I be honest with you? I think you were beyond deceived. I think spiritually you were horribly deceived by a man who
Do you
saw.
think that standing in the room with Jesus Christ, that he deceived me, that I could be deceived after being in the room with Jesus? Do you think that I could personally be deceived?
I don't think that this is a commission of Christ. And I'm sorry to tell you that. But I want you to know that because I want this to be
It's the commission of Lucifer, trying to make my life miserable. That's what it is.
okay.
It's not from Christ. Christ lets things happen and strengthens you through it. He attacks you. This is not done from Jesus. This is Lucifer attacking our lives, my life, and including your life, because you are my child. So you have also been attacked, and I am very sorry for that. There's nothing I can do. I leave it in Jesus' hands because he is strengthening us through this attack. It's just like he let it all happen to Job. Why did Job get to that point and suffer so much? Why did he have every single thing taken away from him? Why? Why did he let all those things happen? He has a purpose.
Right.
And he told me, this is what Jesus told me 20 days before I was arrested in Hawaii. Jesus came to me, and he has several times since I've been in jail, but he came to me 20 days before I was arrested, and he said this, Lori, there is a purpose for your whole life. It is my purpose, so trust it. What do you think I thought at that time? They were talking about arresting me, and I knew I hadn't hurt anybody. I knew I never would hurt anybody. But so I didn't think I was going to get this. And he's going to make it known to the world what his purpose is in his due time. Whenever he feels like doing that, you will know. And I want you to know right now that nothing is more important to me than you. I love you. I've always loved you and cherish our relationship as eternal. I understand you being upset with me. I get it 100%. I don't blame you. But I want you.
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? You guys can hear me, right? Amy, log out and come back in. Amy.
Max it. Oh, let's take it. Oh.
To know that no matter what you've ever said about me,
Cat, get off the table.
or done, or said on the video, or anything negative,
Why?
I forgive you. I don't hold it against you. I love you, I understand completely, and you will.
Wait. Okay.
And he has several times since I've been in jail, but he came to me 20 days before I was arrested, and he said this:
He couldn't hear
Lori,
us. That's all.
there is a purpose for your whole life. It is my purpose, so trust it. What do you think I thought at that time? They were talking about arresting me, and I knew I hadn't hurt anybody. I knew I never would hurt anybody. But so I didn't think I was going to get this. And he's going to make it known to the world what his purpose is in his due time. Whenever he feels like doing that, you will know. And I want you to know right now that nothing is more important to me than you. I love you. I've always loved you and cherish our relationship as eternal. I understand you being upset with me. I get it 100%. I don't blame you. But I want you to know that no matter what you've ever said about me or done or said on the video or anything negative, I forgive you.
Hey, bitches.
Can you hear me? Hello. Ames. Can you hear me? I can hear you, but I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me? Hello. Don't be throwing. You guys stop throwing stuff out the windows. You're gonna hit somebody. Yeah, I want to know what she's forgiving him for. I don't know why she seems to think that she can forgive him. He didn't do anything wrong.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear
This
me?
shit, I can now. I can. This shit is wild. And why is he apologizing to her?
Well, I wanted to show this because I sent this to you the other day, and it was the interview that he did, and I just wanted to kind of show everybody like who she really is and what she like. What she portrays in the court is not who she is.
No, she's a sick puppy. You can keep going. I apologize for interrupting. I just couldn't hear.
Girl, you interrupt whenever you want to. I just took over the street because there was no sound, and I was like, okay, I'm coming home. I'll be home in 5 minutes, and I ran home.
Sorry.
Put the
Your
sound
girl
on.
ain't feeling great today and took a little snooze.
You're fine. Yeah. I know it's hard getting back on your Xanax. It makes you knock you out. Trust me, I get it. So
it's tough.
If you guys hear or see Amy looking tired or just a little out, just kind of running slow, she just got back on her Xanax.
Yeah, I need some
to get back on. I'm on it too.
I need to get mentally healthy, and I need something to calm me down. And yesterday, I guess on stream, I was a little. Someone told me I was out of it. I wasn't out of it. I was just calm.
She was just Amy. Like she's like, hey, what up, blue hat? I don't know what you.
So good. I see hate corruption. I got some Gen O in the house. We got noodles.
We had noodles. We've had Nikki. We had Scott in here for a while, but then he went to Cult. We had Jay in the house.
Oh, Jay from Hall's my favorite.
He went to go do coach his son's team.
Cute.
Mary. We have Nudes is here. We have who else we got in here that we had in here all day. We've had fun.
Oh, and I got my Natalie girl. Hi, Natalie.
Yes, Natalie's here.
Love me some Natalie. Yeah, I started to play this, and then shit just kind of went sideways for me. Thank you for always being my left hand.
I just wasn't I wanted to make sure I was going to get home in time. I didn't think I was like 10 minutes late. They actually started court earlier than normal.
And just so you know, if you are interested to see who Lori Vallow actually is, you can go back to Idaho 2 years ago when she was convicted 3 life sentences for killing her 2 youngest children and her now husband Chad Daybell's wife. Well, and her brother Alex, the hitman,
is her telling Colby that Tylee killed JJ and then killed herself.
Right. Stupid C word.
Yeah. That's, I mean, and he's like, literally, why are you like gaslighting? He's just doing nothing but gaslighting her.
Right, absolutely.
Lori
This
Diebel.
is the last conversation he ever had with her.
Yeah. And they've only seen each other since the last shoot. He saw her yesterday and he saw her for Thursday when he went.
Mm-hmm.
So but
this conversation was the last time he ever talked to her, and he was
Yeah.
like, "This will be the last time I'm talking to you, Lori." Lori is a tyrant who thinks that she is transcended into Jesus. Okay, she's so sick in the head, and apparently, by all accounts, she was ultra religious because a lot of Mormons are, in that area of the world. But then she started going to the people's conferences and listening to Chad Daybell, and Chad Daybell convinced her that they had lived many lives together, and that they were meant to be together because they were both transcended gods leading the 144,000 at the end of the world. So let that kick in.
She is, yeah, she think her and Chad are meant to be. All right, I'm gonna play this again so we can get through it.
Keep going. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Girl, you interrupt whenever you want to.
Hold it against you. I love you. I understand completely. And you will know one day, Colby, and you know. And that's all I can tell you. I love you more than anything. I miss being a part of your life and my grandchildren's life. I know why you're probably doing that, but we have an eternal relationship, you know. Ava came to me the night before she was born. I didn't even know that Chelsea was due with the baby. And she came to me the night before she was born. And I held her as a baby in the spirit world. And she told me that we have loved each other for eons of time. And that she loved me so much. And the joy that filled me when I held that little baby filled me. Colby, she came to me because she knew that you wouldn't let me see her and you wouldn't let me talk to her, but she said our relationship is eternal, and she loved me, and I'm her grandma whether you like it or not. She said, I'm your grandma whether my parents like it or not. And so there is a purpose in all this, and I'm sorry it's been hard on you, honey. I love you so much, and I'm sorry this has been awful. I pray for you every minute. I was crying in church one day, and I was seated.
Court is back on. If you guys want to finish watching this, then we can jump into court. Just let me know how you guys want to do it, unless you want to just stop this now and go into court. I don't mind finishing this and then going into court. Up to you guys. Ames, do you know?
What?
You want me to
your back chat?
Okay. She wants to finish it.
Don't read it out loud.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and finish this, and then we'll go to court. We'll just start court from where it
that sounds good. We can zoom.
This one is just, I loved this. I loved this call, and I love how Colby handled themselves. So
They're crying about you, and I was worried about you. And Jesus came next to me and he said, why weepest thou? And I said, you know why I'm worried about Colby. I love Colby so much. And he said, you love him. Let me lead him. I've got this. I've got him. I know him like I know you. So I have left you in his capable hands, and I know he has taught you. And I'm sorry if he hasn't given you comfort where I am concerned, and maybe it's not time yet, but he will. I promise you, he will. And you will all see, and everyone will know, but I want you to know how much I love you. I've always loved you, and I love those babies, all of them. And I'm sorry that you feel like you have to keep them from me. I would love to have a relationship with you and with them, but you would have to do what you have to do. But I promise you, you will know that all of this is his purpose.
Okay. I'd like to give you my piece as well, because I don't know how much longer this is going to go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Okay.
It was cutting out.
I wish more than anything that I had my family. I prayed and was so grateful when my daughter's being born, Riley, that she was going to have a family and aunts and uncles and grandparents on both sides and people to love and support her. And then one day, everybody was gone and everything was gone. I also turned to Christ, but I believe that Christ was preparing me for what was going to happen. And you and I do not see eye to eye at all when it comes to belief in Jesus. We don't. I don't believe, and I've really searched. I didn't just make a conclusion. I'm not someone that does that. I really take my time. And I took my time. I read the New Testament. And I read Revelations. And nothing that I've seen is godly or connected to God. And people can say what they want to say. I always dig deeper. I know I'm not going to take someone's word for something. I'm going to go try to dig deeper and find things out. I base it off of what I knew about you, and none of it ever added up. And you used to ask me on the phone if I had received information or clarification or something of that nature, and I never did. And then all my dreams following that were dreams of me either delivering you from demons or me yelling at you at the top of my lungs. And you were not the same in my dreams. And you were not the same person. And I had to accept the fact that I lost my mom too. I had to accept that. But with that being said, with you being there, I need to tell you this. You did raise me. You took care of me, took care of my needs. You tried to protect me the best you could. And I'm grateful for what you did for me when I was a child. But I will tell you this. This situation does put us at odds. And I can't sit here and say that I agree with you. I can't even really understand where this side's coming from. I don't wish pain or anything on you. I have no malice towards you. Zero. But I do want you to find comfort.
You don't have malice towards anyone.
No, and I won't. Then I do 100% forgive you. I forgive you.
Just so everyone knows, I wish pain on her.
I wish pain on her.
Malice for her, and I'm glad that he could forgive her as her son and not have a relationship with her. But I want pain to happen to her. And
bro, what she did to her two kids is absolutely horrendously atrocious, and she should be on the death penalty in Idaho. In my position, she is disgusting, and I give Kilby credit for keeping his composure and telling her, you know what, because I'm a godly man, I'm gonna forgive you, but I'm never gonna forget. Don't call me.
You see the looks in his eyes though when he looks straight at the camera when she's saying something.
Yeah.
Woo! That man can looks could kill. She'd be dead.
Yeah.
Man.
Facts.
And I'm not going to hold you in a jail cell of my heart, but you cannot be a part of my children's lives. And I think you need to understand why. Because you and I can't even be a part of each other's lives. Because I don't feel like I know you anymore. And I don't want to hurt you by telling you that, but I don't want to lead you on.
Well, how is that forgiveness? How is that
Forgiveness is a choice of forgiving. It doesn't mean you keep going. It doesn't mean that. And if you and I are this different on our beliefs of what happened to my family, then how could we ever even conversate? I can't sit here and pretend like this isn't what it is. And I hate all of it. And I hate that you are still suffering in some way. But at the same time, I understand it. You and I do not agree. And I can't say, even listening to you, I don't feel that conviction in my heart that that's what happened. But that's what you think happens. That's what you say happens. And you know what? I wasn't there. But I know what I feel. And I have my own spiritual intelligence. And I have my own ability to search and ponder. And I guess this leaves us to a place where all I can ever know is that I will find out one day in heaven. And that's all I could ever say about it. Because you and I cannot agree on these things. I do not wish harm on you. I saw you in that courtroom and I wish I could have talked to my mom. I wish I had my mom there. I wish I had my brother and my sister to look at all my kids. I wish my dad was here. and being a part of it. I wish my family was here, and they're not. And you're gone too. And that hurts. It hurts. But I want you to know I don't have a harmful bone in my body towards you. I am mad and I'm upset. But this is something you and I cannot agree on. And I need to set that base now. We do not agree on that. I want to make sure that somehow, some way, you're not stuck in this place forever. Because I don't know what you think. People have said that you have a delusional disorder of hyper-religiosity. And you know what?
Because if you tell anybody you've had a visit from Jesus, that's what they say. That's what psychological world says. But I am not crazy. I never was. When I was at the hospital, I met lots of people who were, and I wouldn't call them crazy, but that have mental disorders, and I do not.
Okay.
Same thing about all the prophets who said they saw Jesus. They said, well, and they're mad. Like, well, if he came to you, why doesn't he come to me? Why doesn't he come and tell me this stuff, right? It's the Sadducees and the Pharisees. It's all of that. So
Okay.
what I'm upset about hearing your statement is that it's the first time I realized, and I'm sorry for you, honey, because I love you so much, but it's the first time I realized that when Jesus asked me to be like Job, that you're also having to be like him, because I know you lost everything and all at once. But you have your wife, you have your beautiful children, you have your life still. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that you have a support system with Kelsey and her family. I'm grateful that you have that. I'm grateful that the kids have that. And this is my mission, and my mission will be revealed to everybody at some point, and including you. And at that time, I just want you to know, I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm just going to say I love you.
I want you to know that I did conduct this obviously like an interview, and I want you to know that I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this, but I want you to know that my plan was to have this conversation and give you this piece for the public at some point, and that's what I want you to know. But that is the plan, for you to have said what you've never got to say publicly.
I wanted you to know how much I love you, and whether you reciprocate that or not. I mean, I know you love me, but whether you want to have a relationship with me or not, you know, that's up to you. That's 100% you. So I respect all of your wishes. I know you're a grown man now and you can make your own decisions, but I would ask you to pray about, and I would ask you to help Jesus tell you the suffering that has been for me in the past 5 years, so that you will know that there's nothing that I could have done different that would have had a different result for you to lose everyone. There's nothing I could have done to complete my mission. And there's a totally different attitude in heaven than there is here, because they realize this is just a short time and it's temporary. The things that we do there are eternal and have eternal importance, but your relationship with me is eternal. So that's the only reason I would ask you to even pray about that, Colby. All I ever wanted for you is to have peace about it. I know you lost everybody. I'm sorry that you did. It was not my choice, and it was not what I wanted for you at all. I wanted the same thing for the kids. I wanted everybody to be happy, but that's not what this life is about, apparently. It's certainly not what Job's life was about. But in the end, what did they give Job? They give him everything back and more. So we'll see how Jesus wants to handle that. He hasn't told me when that is going to be, but he did come to me on February 2nd in this jail this year, and he said many things to me, and he told me to write them down, and he said, one of the things he told me.
I think phone calls were spotty. Phone calls are really spotty. She was trying to see if she was going to call back to me, like we didn't end it. My raw reaction right now is I just spoke to my mother for the first time in 4 years. And I feel like That was the hardest. That was the hardest I've ever fought to not respond. I made a decision in the beginning before I interviewed her that I would not try to rebuttal her. And the reason being because there's no point. It would have been just a defense mechanism thrown up. There would have been no conversation. It would have been chaos, and it wouldn't have been a conversation. I can't tell you how shocking that is. I don't think I'll ever have an interview with someone that was harder than that. I'll tell you that right now. I would have rebutted everything that she said. I'm still shaky and emotional. I'm just going to give this to you guys really raw, because this is what we need in life, is more of real stuff, not just edited and cut. That was the really hard conversation. She's so convicted of her truth and her reality. She truly believes what she says. She begged to be in my life. It's so hard, bro, because she's, that's your mom. You just want to trust someone. You want to love them. You can't do it. I can't explain it to her the way I wish I could. Of course, I want my mom to be a part of my life. Of course, I miss my family. But, that can't happen. That can't happen, man. Her belief is so far off. I didn't even get to really ask the questions I had for her. It just turned into a conversation. I was very organized before, tried to keep it very clear, and it just didn't work out that way. This is one of the hardest things I've had to do, is have that conversation. My sister did not kill her brother. She didn't. Put it on her. It's so unfair. It's so unfair to Tylee. She would never do that. I don't care how mad she was, how upset she was, how hurt she was, and she was being put through hell, being moved around, and after everything that happened with my dad, she didn't even have a chance to breathe. And to blame her. This is the world. This is Tylee's fault. Damn. All right, let me pull myself together here. This isn't Tylee's fault. She didn't do that. She didn't hurt JJ. She didn't do that. So that's not the truth. That's not the truth. And I guess I have to accept how delusional my mom is. This is not real. There's no even slight evidence that Tylee did that. And it just hurts to blame her after she was brutally taken. Who knows exactly how. JJ was taken, Tammy was taken, Charles was taken. They were taken. It wasn't an accident. I'm going to have to process this, obviously. Yeah, I didn't get to say goodbye to her. I feel like I said my piece. You heard what she had to say. So that's about it. I'm a mess right now. But I'm not going to let that be the narrative. Tylee didn't do that. But I didn't rebuttal her because I knew it wouldn't go anywhere. I tried that. I was very confrontational with her, and I just got doors in my face. I knew I had to come in and just ask questions. Not come in with an angle. Not just say my piece. I said my piece at the end. I feel like she heard what I had to say. So this was the heaviest thing I've ever done. Thank you guys for watching this. This is not easy to share. But I say that right now because I'm feeling the gravity of this. I'm feeling the gravity of this fully. So I just want to say thank you guys for supporting me, my family. And I did my best. I did my best to talk to her. So, anyway, thank you guys. I love you. I love you.
Okay, I'm not crying. You are. Because, damn, that was heavy. But you know what? I feel he's so brave for putting it out there. So that was Colby. I wanted to introduce you guys to Colby. You're crying. I'm not. No, I know it is. Especially when he just lost it at the end, saying, it's not Tylee's fault. The fact that she would even blame it on her daughter. Just ugh. So, all right, let's get back to court. I have it set up.
Detective Duncan was out ill yesterday and ill Sunday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along. So I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
All right. So depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break or afternoon break,
Bye, Daddy.
for the day at that time.
Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
Correct.
For that was extracted, created, admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location. but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Is it too fast?
Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by the last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others, they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given, and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude, longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that can be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than the cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate. That does mean it is quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage, and that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely covered area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated. And I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tied together, and if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider and it can vary by the area because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
Right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton, 1950 South Santan Village Parkway. And that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
Oh, I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm gonna use military time because it's what we do. But 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yeah, so
Oh, it's doing this.
we may need a different machine.
We need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 750, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that at 752, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911, the device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right. So we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
So this one just shows us hands going in and out.
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again, at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing from the
Correct.
video.
Correct.
Now in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
You could tell there was a passenger though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. This time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 at South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes,
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
more likely correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The
The
slider up
slide.
top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them.
That's right.
And is
This,
this the video?
this is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20 and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone. And this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number and the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all timestamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that again matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continue to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw before this went purple that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see a movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day. So showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar timeframes until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari or Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 140 or so, 130 to 140, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 142 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inkland's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inkland had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
you were still at the
I was
scene
still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide. Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South 4 Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan. And that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying.
Correct.
And then you see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South 4 Peaks and arriving there around 243.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Inkland?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this?
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline. I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was. As it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
So I found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she
Check to
never boarded.
relevance.
Is that correct?
Hold on.
Check to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
it's relevant to show what was going on in this right before this happened. These
All right,
events
so-
happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for. You just happened upon it. How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well.
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date
Your Honor,
scheduled
I'm
with a
gonna
Juliet at
object
10
to
a.m.
relevance and obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates
Can I
for my
object?
husband back
Hold
to?
on,
If we can do
hold
a
on.
sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffat to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase.
It may have been, we may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got that, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure, there are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffat in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is, what you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then, was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them. Yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially as mentioned to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes, I said I would check with the case agent. That's probably what would happen.
And then so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure. Is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
But you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at is, does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Ms. Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And it doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury.
Anything else before we recess from the state?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
From the defense?
I can't think of anything, Your
All
Honor.
right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
Hello, guys. I think that's the end of court. Maybe they're out of the afternoon break. Let's check on the news channel and see what's going on.
Remember the first time? Today?
All right. So I think that was everything. Are you there, Amy? Amy. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys something really quick while you're here. I was telling you guys a little bit about Liam. This is something that happened in 2020. This is my baby. He was hooked on his potato masher. Yes. My baby, they are sick people, you guys. But they were hooked on his potato masher, and he, yes, like other kids have blankets and stuff. Liam carries a potato masher. So I'm going to show this little news article that was done on him when we. Hold on. No, it's not what I wanted. It's not what I pushed. Okay. Hold on, it's got to play the little. Don't leave. Oh no, hail. That's not fun. All right, so it has just a. All right, hold your horses. All right, share screen. Share screen. What? Why did you keep doing that? Not what I wanted. Okay, Fox 35. Boy and masher. It's gonna make me crazy. Get down. All right, so this is about Liam.
$2025 RAV4 LE for only $199 a month. We want to lower your car payment today at Toyota Orlando and.
There we go. Oh my God. You'd think I don't know how to work this thing. I know how to work it, I promise. All right. Ah! I don't know how to work a thing. How's wrong with me? Share screen. This one. All right. All right, so you guys can see it. All right. This is Liam. That's the masher.
To 6-year-old Liam, who has nonverbal autism, this masher means security and joy.
The potato masher for Liam is kind of.
Welcome back. A little boy with autism distraught.
All right.
His mother asking the community for help and people stepping up in a big way,
baby.
paying it forward.
This is a potato masher, and while it may just be another kitchen utensil to us,
It's the masher.
to 6-year-old Liam, who has nonverbal autism, this masher means security and joy.
The potato masher for Liam is kind of his safety blanket. Can you show her your masher? Oh, wow. Favorite thing.
Everywhere Liam goes, the masher is there.
The masher goes everywhere. The masher goes to dinner, take it to bed, take it to his bath, it goes everywhere.
So when Liam lost his masher while he was at the hospital getting chemo for brain tumors, yes, the sweet little boy is also fighting cancer. His mom, Kelly Steffi, did not know what to do.
We tried everything. He took him to the Dollar Tree, let him pick out his own. We were at Target, we were at Walmart. Like, do you like this one? I found like a spaghetti spoon that looked like a dinosaur.
But nothing could replace Liam's potato masher. Knowing it was a long shot, she put out a call for help on Facebook.
All right, somebody's got to help us because this masher is, I don't know where it's at. I have no brand. I have no item number. I have just this picture of it.
I was like, this is crazy. That is my masher, and I have never seen anybody else have a potato masher like that before.
And Melissa Holmes knew everything about her masher.
We got it for our wedding in 2002. It was a group of items that Target had. Michael Graves, it was called, and I just loved it because it was blue and our kitchen was blue. So I picked out this whole set for my registry.
The potato masher is 18 years old, and Michael Graves.
Come on. Why is it doing
Despite being sentimental about her wedding gift, she sent Kelly a message telling her she could come pick it up. Ironically, they both live in
bottle of wine that somebody had given us, and I was like, I can't trade with you. I can't hug you. I can't have my mask on because I'm not allowed. We're on medical quarantine with him on chemo. I'm like, but I can tell you that I love you and that you just saved us. Like, you have no idea.
You gotta tell me, what was his reaction when you
Don't touch it, Liam.
out the masher? What did Liam do?
Well, he was actually in the bathtub and grabbed it from my hand.
And he hasn't let it go.
Tell her what it is. What's that?
What's that?
I hear you. Masher.
Good job! And Melissa wasn't the only one who stepped up to pay it forward. A Michael Graves executive saw Kelly's post and tracked down another masher in his neighborhood. So now there's a backup in case Liam's masher goes missing again.
Honestly, what makes me feel the best is that there's still humanity out there.
And it just makes me feel so good that something so small and something so little and something that took no effort made somebody's life just so happy.
Good job, my baby. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Thank you. I love you.
It was so wow, the community can still come together and still love each other for my little boy.
Liam is such a sweet little boy. Well, if you would like to see all of my Paying It Forward stories, you can just head on over to our website, fox35orlando.com.
You know, that probably puts into perspective things for a lot of young people.
Yeah.
iPhones, we complain about this, we complain about, he just wants a masher.
That's it, and he's happy. Happy as can be.
That's the way to be.
So I just wanted to share that with you guys. He was over here watching it at the same time. That way you guys could see a little bit of Liam, who he was, who he is. That was when he was younger. He's older now. But we do, there's little things like that, and it just goes to show you that people care enough to still help for other people's kids. And so if anybody ever finds a Michael Graves masher, actually there's a thing, is it on the fridge still, babe? hold on, you guys. Let me go grab something because I'll read you what the Michael Graves executive sent us. I think it's still over here. Can you turn it down? So this is. Oh, I'm coming back. All right. I'm glad. You used to live in Castleberry, Jay? Are you serious? All right. I'm coming on the screen, but I don't want to be on the screen. Sorry, guys. I'm looking a little rough. I'm gonna check my Wi-Fi, see why everything's acting weird. I don't know why it's acting weird because all right. That's so crazy. Most people don't know where it is. All right. Why is it acting so funny? Personal hotspot off. All right. So this, I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know what's wrong with my camera. Let me get I might have to take the blur off here. Hold on. Settings. Blur none. Okay, can you guys see that now? There we go. So they made this came to us from Michael Graves. So this is Liam with a potato masher and super fan. On the back it says, to Liam and family from all of us at Michael Graves Design, as well as the residents of the Yardley, Pennsylvania, and other super fans across the country. We hope this potato masher has found a welcoming home. This product was part of our original Target line circa 2000. It has been out of production now for 17 years. It wasn't easy to track down, but then we found it via Facebook less than 2 miles from my house. Enjoy, Rob Van Barrick. He is the person who actually put he's the one that got it into Target to begin with. So it was kind of a full circle thing. Jay, you're like freaking me out right now. Oh my gosh, 1792 and 434. Yeah, probably 434, right there at Altamont and Longwood area, or 436. Because 436 would put you more in Castleberry, I think. So I live on the corner, or my cross streets are Howell Branch Road and 436. So we actually have a Winter Park address and Castleberry Water, and then we have Seminole County, everything else. So Altamont Mall is still kicking. It's not very busy as usual, but it's probably one of the nicest malls we have in the area. That's crazy, Jay. I can't believe you're from here or lived here. So I actually grew up in Lake County. My husband, yeah. So 436 and 1792. Well, you know, there's a Publix on every corner. Every corner. But Yeah, Altamont Mall's still kicking. I haven't been there. The only time I go there is when I need to go to the Apple store. So, but other than that, moved after high school when I was 17 for 1 year with a bunch of friends. Those were the days. Well, without having to tell me too much of your age, what year was that? Yes, Mary, you're exactly right. Publix is on every corner, like Dunkin's is on every corner at Earblade. Publix is the best grocery store. They have the best buttercream frosting for cakes. They have the best subs. When I moved away and all I wanted was a Publix sub, I'd come visit and I'd bring a cool little cooler bag and I would take subs back home to California. I ended up at Stanford, turn the hell around. Stanford's not too bad. It depends on where you go in Stanford. They do have the fancy stuff. Oh yeah, Winn-Dixie is still here. The Stanford flea market's gone though. You go to Publix when you visit your, yeah. It's so good. I don't know what it is. Also, if you're an employee of Publix, you actually own shares in Publix automatically. Publix was one of my first jobs. Believe it or not. All right, guys. Well, Jay, I love that I learned that new stuff about you. Amazing. I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you guys for watching everything with us. And yeah, I've got something in my throat. My computer wants to die because I'm on the last legs. But thanks for hanging out, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed. You feel like mashing some potatoes now. You should. It's important, but you only can do it by hand, okay? Good night, Jay. Good night, Mary. Love you too. Good night, everybody. I had a great time watching the Lori Vallow case. So we'll talk to you later. Thanks for watching the little Liam video. The little monkey. So, okay, I'll talk to you later.